Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and this is your moment to rest. Tonight, the world is quiet. The cities below are dimming their lights, one by one, and high above them all, someone is watching. You don't need to understand anything now. You don't need to be strong. You don't need to carry the weight of the day with you any longer. Just stay here. Just listen. Above the sleeping earth, Superman drifts through the night sky, not searching for danger, not answering alarms, only watching, only protecting. This is not a night for battles. This is a night for stillness. You may listen as you fall asleep, as you rest, as you let the night move gently around you. It doesn't matter how tired you are. You belong here. I'll remain nearby, walking softly beside you through clouds and quiet air, keeping you company, while Superman watches over the world, and slowly, with every breath, you begin to rest. The first thing you notice is the way quiet changes the shape of everything. In daylight, the world feels like it's always asking you to hurry. Cars, screens, voices, schedules, each one tugging at your sleeve as if urgency were the only language worth speaking. But at night, the city loosens its grip. The sharp edges soften. Even the air seems to exhale. You are standing at a window, or maybe a balcony, or perhaps the roof of your own thoughts, somewhere high enough to see a long stretch of streets glowing like slow rivers of light. The wind brushes your face with a patient hand. It doesn't push, it doesn't demand, it simply passes by, carrying the scent of night air and distant rain. And because I'm walking with you, I point out what most people miss. Look carefully at the lights. Notice how they flicker, not from weakness, but from life. Every window is a small world. Every street lamp is a tiny star that chose to live closer to the ground. The city is full of hidden constellations, soft, human ones. You breathe in, and something inside you begins to unclench. Somewhere above those constellations, far beyond the reach of traffic and argument, a figure moves through the sky like a thought of hope you can't quite explain. You don't need to name him too loudly. You don't need to turn him into a headline or a myth. Tonight, he is simply presence, a guardian in motion, a quiet vow held against the dark. And here is the strange, gentle truth. When you know someone is watching over the world feels less heavy on your shoulders. You might think courage is loud, that it arrives with horns and thunder and speeches. But real courage, the kind that sustains you, often looks like this instead. A steady light, a calm watch, a choice repeated again and again in silence. The wind grows cooler, and you pull your attention back to your body, to the simple facts of being here, your feet grounded, your shoulders lowering, your breath returning to a pace that feels like home. Now, let's make this a small adventure, not a dangerous one, not the kind that leaves you breathless in fear, a soft adventure, the kind that carries you inward, where the real mysteries live. I guide you away from the brightest places toward a quieter corner of the night. There's a stairwell that smells faintly of old stone and warm dust. There's a hallway lit by a single bulb that hums like a lullaby. There's a door that doesn't creak the way doors do in frightening stories. This one opens as if it's been waiting for you. And on the other side, the night air widens. You step onto a rooftop where the sky feels closer. Here, the city's noise is far below, softened to a distant hush, like waves heard through a wall. The rooftop is simple, gravel underfoot, a low barrier, a few vents releasing warm breath into the cold. But there is something else here too. A small, forgotten structure near the edge, a maintenance shed maybe, or an old access room. Its paint is chipped, its lock is broken, not from violence, but from time. And on the door, someone has drawn a symbol in faded chalk, an imperfect circle, crossed by a line like a horizon. It looks almost like a child's drawing of a planet, or an eye, or a portal. You hesitate, and I don't rush you. Sometimes the first step toward transformation is simply allowing yourself to be curious again. You open the door. Inside, the air is warmer. Dust floats in the dim light, turning the room into a tiny galaxy of its own. There's a table in the center, and on it sits something unexpected, a small radio, old-fashioned, with a dial that clicks softly when you touch it. Beside it, a notebook. The notebook is worn, its corners softened by many hands. When you open it, the pages whisper, not loudly, just enough to remind you that paper has memory. There are notes inside, observations, times and dates, little sketches of cloud shapes and star patterns. You flip through, and the handwriting changes now and then. Different people, same obsession. At the top of one page, a sentence is underlined twice. Some nights, the sky speaks back. You swallow, not from fear, but from recognition. Because deep down, you've always wanted that to be true. You sit at the table, and the chair scrapes gently against the floor. The sound is small, ordinary, human. It anchors you. I stand nearby like a friend who knows when to talk and when to let silence do its work. You touch the radio dial. A faint static blooms, soft as snowfall, soft as ocean foam. You turn it slowly, and the static shifts in texture, as if different frequencies have different kinds of darkness. Then you hear it, not a voice, not words, a tone, a single, steady note, distant and pure, like a star humming to itself. Your fingers freeze on the dial. Your heart feels the note before your mind does. It's strange how sound can reach places language cannot, how it can slip past your defenses and arrive directly at the part of you that still believes in magic. You lean closer, listening. The tone rises and falls almost imperceptibly, like breathing, like a signal sent across impossible distance, not to warn, not to threaten, but to remind you that you are not alone in the universe, to remind you that the night is not empty, to remind you that hope can be a frequency. Outside, the wind changes direction. Somewhere far above, the guardian in the sky continues his silent path. You imagine him passing over oceans, over mountains, over homes where people dream without knowing they are being protected. And you realize something that feels like destiny brushing your shoulder. Protection isn't only about stopping disasters. Sometimes it's about guarding the quiet spaces where people heal. You look down at the notebook again, and your eyes catch another line, written smaller, almost like a secret someone didn't want to admit. If you can hear the signal, you're ready. Ready for what, you wonder? And because I'm the kind of guide who doesn't steal your discovery. I only smile in my voice, ready to remember who you are beneath the noise, ready to meet the part of you that still believes in light and shadows, in time and transformation, in the idea that your life is more than survival. You turn the page. There's a rough map drawn there, not of streets, not of countries, something stranger, a map of the sky. Lines connect stars you've never named, forming shapes that look like doors and keys and wings. At the center of the map is that same imperfect circle with the horizon line, and beneath it, one final note. Follow the quiet. It leads to the place where courage becomes gentle. You sit back, letting the radio's soft tone wash over you. Your shoulders drop again, your breathing steadies. The city below continues to sleep, unaware of the little secret room above it, unaware of the invisible thread of protection stretched across the night. But you can feel it like warmth in your chest. Magic isn't always a spark or a spell. Sometimes it's the moment you stop running, the moment you allow stillness to hold you, the moment you accept that you don't have to carry everything alone. Outside, the clouds move slowly, revealing more stars, patient witnesses, ancient and calm. The signal continues its soft, steady song. And as you listen, a new sensation arrives, subtle, unmistakable, a sense that the tone is not just sound, It's an invitation. Somewhere in the night, something is waiting for you to take the next step. Not into danger, into understanding, into the kind of hope that doesn't shout. It waits. And tonight, as the Guardian watches over the world, you begin to wonder what will happen if you follow the map, if you follow the quiet, if you let this gentle mystery lead you, one slow breath at a time, toward a door you didn't know existed, because the tone is changing now. Not louder, just closer, as if it has noticed you listening back. Continue. The radio's tone seems to tilt, like a lantern turning its face toward you. You place your fingertips lightly on the notebook, as if the paper might be warm with whatever wrote those lines. The room smells of dust and metal and something faintly sweet, like old cedar hidden inside the walls. You listen again, and the sound feels less like static now and more like a thread you could follow. Not with your feet yet, not with speed, with attention. You turn the dial a hair to the left, and the tone trembles, only once, like it's testing whether you're real. Then it settles, steady, patient. You realize you've stopped holding your breath. Outside, the city continues to sleep, but you can feel its dreams from up here. The soft pulse of traffic far away, the tiny sigh of a building cooling down, a distant siren that fades before it ever becomes urgent. Everything is quieter than your thoughts used to be. You glance toward the small window in the shed. The glass is smudged, but you can still see the sky, and something moves across it. A shadow, high and smooth, passing over the stars like a slow-winged promise. Not dramatic, not announcing itself, just a presence drifting forward. You don't need to chase it. You don't need to wave or prove you saw it. The feeling is enough. You are under watch, and the watch is kind. That kindness does something unusual. It makes you brave, not the loud kind of brave, the gentle kind, the kind that helps you open the next page. You scan the star map again, tracing the lines with your eyes. The shapes are strange but oddly familiar, like dreams you had as a child before the world taught you to forget. Some constellations resemble keys, some resemble doors. One resembles a shield, another resembles a hand held open, palm up, offering. Your gaze returns to the circle with the horizon line. It's drawn again and again throughout the notebook, sometimes small in the margins, sometimes bold and centered, as if whoever wrote this couldn't stop thinking about it. You flip back a few pages. There are notes about sightings, quiet, careful entries. 12:47 a.m. Cloud cover thin, signal clear. 2:18 a.m. Heard the tone shift when I stopped thinking. 3:03 a.m. The air felt lit, not bright, just awake. And then a line that makes your chest tighten in a soft way. Not everyone hears it, but the ones who do are the ones who still believe they can change. You sit very still after reading that, because the truth is, a part of you has been tired of yourself. Not in a cruel way, in the way you get tired of carrying the same worries to bed every night, in the way you get tired of repeating the same promises to start again tomorrow, and then waking up to the same noise inside your head. You aren't broken, you're just overfilled. And maybe that's why this found you, or why you found it. The tone continues, steady as breath. You close your eyes and let it pass through you, not as information, but as comfort. The sound seems to smooth the sharp corners of your thoughts. It makes space where space was missing. And in that space, something small rises. A memory. Not a specific scene, more like a feeling. The feeling of standing outside as a child, looking up at the sky and thinking, what if someone is out there? What if the universe isn't cold? What if the dark is only a blanket? You open your eyes. The notebook is waiting. The radio is waiting. The night is waiting. And I'm here too, beside you, letting the quiet do most of the speaking. You lean closer to the table and notice something you missed before, a faint indentation in the wood, like a circular groove, exactly the size of the symbol. A place for something to sit, a place for something to align. Your fingers search the tabletop, and under the notebook you find a small object, a metal disc, cool against your skin, with that same circle and horizon etched into it. It's heavier than it looks, like it's made of a metal that remembers gravity differently. You turn it over. On the back, there's an inscription, simple, almost plain. Do not ask the sky to prove itself. Ask yourself to be ready. You swallow, not because you're scared, because something about that sentence is tender and demanding at the same time. It doesn't threaten you. It invites you to grow. You place the disc into the groove on the table. It fits perfectly, and the radio tone changes, not louder, just closer, as if the room has leaned in. The static fades into a softer hush, and beneath it, you begin to hear something else. So faint, you wonder if you're imagining it. A second layer, a pattern, like the tone is breathing in steps, like footsteps, very far away, approaching across a bridge made of air. You hold your breath again, but this time you notice it, and you let it go. The moment you exhale, the pattern becomes clearer. I whisper a small observation, the way a friend points at a shooting star without startling you. See, the quiet is answering you. You turn your head toward the window. The sky looks the same, and yet it doesn't. The darkness feels organized, as if the stars are not scattered, but placed, as if the night has geometry. The clouds part slowly, revealing a wider field of stars, and your eyes catch a shape you hadn't noticed before. 3 bright points in a line, angled like an arrow. On the map, those 3 points connect to the symbol. Your heart gives a small, careful jump, a sign, not a loud one, a gentle one. You glance down at the notebook again, and your attention lands on a paragraph written in different ink, darker, more recent, like someone came back to write it after a long time. Tonight, I finally understood. The guardian doesn't watch the world because it is perfect. He watches because it is worth it. And when you hear the signal, you're not being summoned to greatness. You're being invited to goodness. You read that twice. Then you read it a third time, slower, letting each word settle. Goodness. Not fame, not power, not victory. Goodness. Outside, the wind slides over the rooftop, and the shed creaks softly, not like a warning, but like an old ship adjusting to calm water. The radio hum wraps around you, and you feel your thoughts quieting further, as if your mind is finally lowering its voice to match the night. You stand, slowly, and walk to the window. Your reflection is faint in the glass. You can see your own eyes watching the sky. You look like someone who has been waiting for something without knowing what it was. And now you know, not everything, but enough to take one more step. You return to the table, and you notice that the metal disc is vibrating very slightly, almost imperceptibly, like it's resonating with the tone. You place your palm over it, and you feel the smallest pulse, steady, calm, a heartbeat. Not yours, not the city's. Something older, something patient. You lift your hand. The pulse continues. And then, quietly, so quietly you would miss it if you were rushing, the table's surface shifts. A thin line appears, glowing faintly around the disc, tracing that circle and horizon like a seam of moonlight. It isn't bright, it doesn't flash, it simply reveals itself, as if it has always been there, waiting for the right kind of attention. The seam widens, not by force, by permission. The air above the table feels different now, cooler, clearer, like standing near a high open window in winter. The radio's tone becomes softer, almost soothing, and the room fills with a calm that feels like destiny but never demands it. I speak again, gently, with reverence and a hint of wonder. This is the part most people never see. I tell you, because they think magic has to be loud to be real. The seam of light breathes, opening just enough to show, not a place, exactly, but a depth that looks like night sky, but deeper. A night sky with movement, with slow currents of light and shadow drifting like underwater auroras. You lean in, and the air touches your face, cold and clean, like the first breath outside after a storm. It smells like rain and distant stone, and something that reminds you of childhood, though you can't name what. And there, in that depth, you see it. A shape, not fully formed, not fully revealed, but unmistakably present. A symbol in motion, like a constellation rearranging itself into a door. Your pulse quickens, then steadies, because even your fear is gentle tonight. Even your curiosity is calm. You look back at the notebook one last time, and your eyes find the line you didn't want to believe until now. Follow the quiet. The seam of light widens another fraction. Enough. Just enough. As if the night is saying, come closer, slowly. And above the sleeping earth, far beyond the rooftop and the shed and the small human world of worry, the guardian continues his silent flight, watching, protecting, choosing goodness again. As you stand on the edge of this quiet doorway, you realize the next step isn't about escaping your life. It's about returning to it, changed, transformed, with a softer kind of courage, and you can feel it now, like a candle being lit behind your ribs. Not a blaze, a steady flame. You take a slow breath, you lean closer, and the quiet, at last, leans back. Continue. The air shifts as if it recognizes your choice. Not a rush, not a pull. Just a subtle invitation, like a door held open without expectation. You don't step through the seam yet. You simply stand there, letting its quiet light brush your face. It doesn't blind you. It soothes you. Like moonlight finding your eyes after a long day indoors. You notice how your body responds first. Your shoulders drop another inch. Your jaw softens. Your breathing slows until each inhale feels like a question asked gently, and each exhale feels like an answer you don't need to explain. This place is not in a hurry, and neither are you. The light inside the seam moves in slow currents, like clouds remembering how to drift. Shadows slide past one another without fear. Nothing collides, nothing competes. Everything seems to know exactly where it belongs. I remain beside you, not leading, not pushing, just present. Notice how it doesn't demand, I murmur softly. That's how you know it's real. You lean closer, not because you must, but because curiosity has replaced effort. The warmth from the seam reminds you of sitting near a fireplace when the rest of the house has gone quiet. Safe, held, unobserved in the best possible way. And then you feel something else. A memory that doesn't belong to this night. A memory of falling. Not the frightening kind. The kind from dreams, where falling feels like floating, where fear dissolves into trust before you ever hit the ground. Your fingers curl slightly, as if remembering what it means to let go. Above you, unseen but deeply felt, the guardian continues his silent arc across the sky. He doesn't pause. He doesn't hover dramatically. His presence is constant, like gravity itself, unnoticed until you need it. You understand something then. Protection isn't interruption. It's continuity. The seam widens just enough for sound to change. The radio's tone fades, not ending, just stepping back, like a guide who knows when you no longer need the map. In its place, you hear something quieter still, a rhythm, not mechanical, not artificial. A rhythm like distant wings moving through air, like breath shared between the world and the sky. You step closer, just one small step. The rooftop beneath your feet doesn't vanish. Your life doesn't disappear. Nothing is taken from you. Instead, something layers itself over reality. The night feels deeper. The stars feel nearer. The city below feels forgiven. You look back once, instinctively. The notebook rests on the table, open to the star map, its pages unmoving now. The metal disc lies still, its task complete. The room feels satisfied, like an old guardian itself, content to have been useful. You understand that you can return here anytime. Some doors don't close, they simply wait. You face the seam again. The light responds, brightening, not in intensity, but in clarity. Shapes inside it begin to resolve, not places, not landscapes, but moments. You see a city at dawn. You see hands helping hands. You see someone standing alone, choosing kindness anyway. You see yourself, not as you are on your hardest days, but as you are when you remember what matters. Your chest tightens, not with fear, but recognition. This is what the night wanted to show you. Not a future to chase, not a destiny to fear, a reminder that courage doesn't always roar. Sometimes it watches quietly while the world sleeps. I speak again, barely above a whisper. This is how learning begins, I say. Not with answers, but with alignment. You don't need to step through the seam tonight. That isn't the lesson. The lesson is simpler. You rest your hand over your heart, feeling its steady beat. You realize it's begun to match the rhythm in the air. The rhythm of watching, of waiting, of choosing goodness, even when no one is looking. Outside the shed, clouds drift apart again, revealing a wide, calm sky. Somewhere above them all, the silent guardian continues his path, faithful to a world that rarely notices, but always benefits. And as you stand there, wrapped in quiet light and softer thoughts, you understand something that changes the shape of your tiredness. You don't need to be extraordinary to matter. You only need to remain open. The seam begins to narrow, not closing, just settling, like an eye gently blinking after a long gaze. The light softens until it becomes memory, then feeling, then warmth behind your ribs. The rooftop returns fully. The night returns fully. But you are not the same. You walk back toward the door of the shed, slowly, deliberately, carrying nothing new in your hands and something essential in your chest. Hope, no longer loud, courage, no longer heavy. And as you step back into the quiet human world below, you feel it clearly now. You are being watched over. Not because you are perfect, but because you are worth it. And that understanding follows you, gently, into the rest of the night, like a steady flame that knows how to wait. The city greets you again without ceremony. Streets stretch below like quiet veins of light, carrying late buses, empty taxis, a lone figure walking a dog that pauses to sniff the same corner every night. Life continues in small, faithful gestures. Nothing dramatic, nothing loud, and yet everything matters. You walk slowly now, as if the night has adjusted your pace from the inside. Each step feels deliberate, softer. The ground receives you without resistance. Somewhere behind you, the rooftop door closes, not with a final sound, but with a promise kept. You notice how your senses feel sharper, but not overwhelmed. The wind brushes your cheek, cool and honest. A distant train hums, low and steady, like a thought that doesn't insist on being finished. The city smells faintly of concrete, rain, and something warm, bread from a bakery preparing for morning long before morning arrives. As you walk, I stay with you, pointing gently, never interrupting. Watching, I say softly, is a form of care. You think about that. Most people believe watching means waiting for something to go wrong. But tonight, you understand a different truth. Watching can be an act of faith, a decision to remain present even when nothing demands your attention. High above, beyond cloud and contrail, the guardian continues his quiet orbit. He does not hover over danger. He does not circle fear. He watches life in its ordinary moments. A woman falling asleep with a book on her chest. A child dreaming of flight without knowing why. A tired worker pausing on a bridge, staring into water that reflects the moon. And you feel it then, subtle but unmistakable. The weight of watching, not heavy like responsibility, heavy like meaning. You pass beneath a street lamp, and for a moment your shadow stretches long beside you. It surprises you. It looks taller than you feel, broader, stronger. You slow down. You realize something important. When you are watched with kindness, you begin to see yourself differently. You straighten without thinking. Your breath deepens. Your thoughts soften. It's not because someone expects perfection from you. It's because someone believes in your becoming. You turn onto a quieter street where the buildings lean closer together as if sharing secrets. Windows glow dimly. Curtains breathe with the rhythm of sleeping rooms. You imagine the stories unfolding behind each one, not dramatic arcs, just human persistence. Lives being lived, lives being held. You stop near a small park, barely more than a patch of trees and a bench worn smooth by years of waiting. The bench looks like it has listened to many confessions. You sit, feeling the cool wood beneath your palms. Above you, branches sway gently, leaves whispering to one another. They do not rush the night, they trust it. I sit beside you, though you cannot see me. Notice how nothing asks you to prove yourself, I say. You nod, even if only inside. The sky opens wider here. Stars appear between drifting clouds, patient, ancient lights that have learned how to endure distance without losing purpose. You think of the guardian again. How strange it is, you realize, that the strongest presence in the sky is also the quietest. That protection does not always arrive with noise. That hope can be subtle and still unbreakable. You rest your hands on your knees. Your heartbeat is calm now, steady, almost reverent. You understand something else, something small but life-altering. You don't need to save the world. You only need to watch over your corner of it. The bench creaks softly as you lean back, gazing upward. The clouds part again, just enough for moonlight to spill across the park. Silver light traces the edges of leaves, the curve of the path, the outline of your hands. Light that does not judge, light that simply reveals. You close your eyes for a moment, and in that moment, you feel it clearly. The same presence from the rooftop, now gentler, closer. Not above you, around you. A reminder woven into the night air. You are not alone in caring. You are not foolish for hoping. You are not weak for resting. High above, the guardian watches the world not because it is fragile, but because it is precious. And here, on a quiet bench beneath ordinary stars, you begin to learn the art of watching too. Not with fear, not with tension, but with steady attention, with patience, with love that does not need applause. You open your eyes again, feeling something settle into place inside you. A calm resolve, like a compass finding north without effort. The night has not given you answers. It has given you alignment. And as you rise from the bench, ready to continue your gentle journey, you sense that this lesson will follow you, not as a burden, but as a quiet companion. Because once you learn how to watch with kindness, the world begins to teach you in return. And somewhere above the sleeping city, the guardian continues on, silent, faithful, and endlessly patient, watching. You walk again, but something has changed. The city no longer feels like a place you move through. It feels like a conversation you finally slowed down enough to hear. Your footsteps fall in rhythm with your breath. Each sound feels intentional now. The soft tap of shoes on pavement, the distant sigh of a passing car, the faint rattle of leaves caught in a night breeze. None of it competes for your attention. Everything waits its turn. I walk beside you, not pointing ahead yet. Most signs, I tell you gently, do not announce themselves. They appear only when you are listening. You pass a storefront with its lights still on. Inside, someone cleans the floor slowly, methodically, as if each motion matters. In the glass, your reflection overlaps with theirs for a moment, two lives briefly sharing the same frame. You notice how often that happens now, moments aligning, details rising to the surface, small things asking to be seen. Above, the clouds thin again, revealing stars that feel closer than before. They don't sparkle loudly, they simply remain. Their patience stretches across centuries, across distance, across silence. You look up, and for a second, the world feels balanced, not perfect, but held. Somewhere far above the clouds, the Guardian continues his quiet passage. You don't see him, but you sense the arc of his movement, smooth and unbroken, like a line drawn carefully across the sky. Watching, waiting, choosing presence again. You turn onto a narrow street where the lamps are older, their light warmer, softer. The glow spills unevenly onto the ground, creating islands of brightness separated by shadow. You step from one pool of light into the next, unafraid of the dark between. You realize something important as you walk. Darkness isn't empty. It's simply the space where light hasn't spoken yet. You slow near a brick wall covered in old posters, concerts long past, announcements faded by rain and time. Someone has written a message in chalk between them, simple and nearly erased. You are earlier than you think. You stop. Your heart responds before your mind does. Earlier than what? Earlier than answers. Earlier than certainty. Earlier than the version of yourself you're becoming. I let the silence hold the question. Some truths don't need to be solved. They need to be carried. You move on, and the night seems to notice. A breeze lifts, brushing your sleeve like a reminder. A window opens above, releasing warm air and the quiet sound of someone laughing in their sleep. A cat crosses your path, pauses, meets your eyes without fear, and then disappears into shadow. Signs, not instructions, invitations. You feel lighter, though nothing external has changed. The world hasn't rearranged itself for you. It hasn't made promises. It has simply revealed its language, and you are learning to read it. You reach a small bridge that arches gently over a narrow canal. The water below moves slowly, reflecting fragments of the sky. Street lights ripple across the surface, breaking into lines of gold and silver. You rest your hands on the railing. The water does not rush. It does not cling to shape. It adapts. You watch it for a long moment. Transformation, I say softly, often looks like this. No spectacle, no announcement, just steady movement guided by gravity and trust. You notice your reflection in the water, blurred, shifting, unfinished. And instead of discomfort, you feel relief. You don't need to be fixed. You are allowed to be in motion. Above the bridge, the clouds part once more, and a star flares brighter for a heartbeat before settling back into quiet existence. You smile without realizing it. You're beginning to understand. The Guardian doesn't leave signs to impress you. He leaves them to encourage you, to remind you that even in a vast, complicated world, attention matters, that watching with care is a form of love, that remaining gentle is not the same as remaining small. You straighten slightly, the way you did before, but now it feels natural, unforced. You turn away from the water and continue walking, carrying the signs with you, not as instructions, but as reassurance. You are on a path, not one that rushes toward destiny, one that unfolds with time. And as the city breathes around you, and the sky keeps its quiet vigil above, you sense it clearly now. The night is teaching you its language, and you are listening. You begin to notice light differently, not as something that floods a space, but as something that chooses. It settles carefully, as if it knows exactly where it is needed most. A street lamp illuminating a single doorstep, moonlight touching only the edge of a window, the soft glow of a screen left on beside someone who fell asleep mid-thought. Light, you realize, is selective. You walk beneath it, feeling less exposed and more seen. I slow my pace beside you. Light, I whisper, is patient. It does not chase darkness, it waits for permission. Ahead, a narrow path opens between two buildings, barely noticeable unless you are looking for it. The light there is dimmer, gentler, as though the world is offering you a quieter route. You choose it without thinking. Your footsteps echo softly now. The sound feels contained, intimate. The air is cooler here, carrying the scent of stone and old rain. Shadows lean close, but they do not threaten. They simply exist, giving shape to the light. Above, clouds drift slowly across the sky, thinning just enough for a pale glow to slip through. It does not reach everything, only certain corners, only certain moments. You feel something settle inside your chest, not certainty, not clarity, permission. You remember nights when you tried to illuminate everything at once, every fear, every question, every possible future. How exhausting that was. How blinding. Tonight, you understand something gentler. You don't need all the light at once. You only need enough for the next step. You pause beside a low wall where moss has grown in the cracks. The green is muted in the dark, but alive. It thrives where light arrives briefly and leaves again. You trace the texture with your fingers, feeling its cool resilience. Even growth, I murmur, learns where to land. The idea feels like a truth you've always known, but never trusted. High above, unseen yet unwavering, the guardian continues his silent watch. He does not force illumination. He does not erase night. He moves through it, allowing light to follow where it can. You imagine what he sees. 1,000 small lights scattered across the earth, not blazing beacons, just steady, human ones. Kitchens where someone stays up waiting. Hospital rooms where hope whispers instead of shouts. Bedrooms where dreams try again. And somewhere among them, you. You lift your gaze to the sky, and for a moment, the clouds open wider. The stars appear sharper, closer, like holes punched gently through the dark. You feel small, but not insignificant. Small like a candle in a vast room. Necessary. You breathe in slowly. The air feels cleaner, thinner, as if the night has filtered it for you. Each breath carries a sense of arrival. You are exactly where you need to be. As you move on, the path begins to widen again. The city reopens around you, but it feels different now. Softer, less demanding, light and shadow sharing space without conflict. You understand that this, too, is a lesson. Life does not require constant brightness. It requires discernment, knowing where to offer your energy, knowing when to rest, knowing when to let darkness simply be. I walk beside you, smiling quietly at the way you move now, with less urgency, more trust. The light will find you again, I tell you. It always does, but only if you let it arrive gently. You reach an open square where a single tree stands, its branches bare but strong against the sky. A lamp nearby casts light at its base, leaving the upper limbs in shadow. The tree seems unbothered by this division. Rooted, balanced, whole. You stand there for a long moment, absorbing the scene. You don't need to climb. You don't need to shine. You only need to stand. Above, the guardian continues his watch, faithful and quiet, letting light fall where it will, never forcing, never retreating. And beneath that watchful sky, you begin to trust that light knows what it's doing. Even in you, you notice the urge to keep walking has softened. Not because you are tired, but because you no longer feel chased by the night. The square holds you gently, as if it understands the value of staying still. The tree beside you does not rush to grow leaves. It waits, and in that waiting, it endures. You sit on the low stone edge beneath it, feeling the quiet strength of the ground supporting your weight. Stone remembers time differently than people do. It does not hurry toward meaning. It allows meaning to arrive. I sit with you in the silence. Staying, I say softly, is often harder than moving. You think about all the times you believed progress required distance. Leaving, escaping, becoming someone else in a different place. But tonight teaches you something subtler. There is courage in remaining with a feeling instead of fleeing it, remaining with a question instead of forcing an answer, remaining with yourself, even when it feels uncomfortable. The light near the tree flickers once, then steadies. Shadows shift, rearranging themselves without drama. Nothing here is fighting to exist. Everything simply stays. Above, the sky feels vast, but not empty. You sense the guardian's presence again, not close, not far, but constant. A reminder that strength does not need to press down to be felt. You rest your hands in your lap and breathe. Each breath feels like an agreement. Each exhale, a release. You remember moments when staying felt impossible. Nights when your thoughts felt louder than your courage. Days when it seemed easier to disappear than to remain present. Those memories pass through you now without pain. They are part of the path, not obstacles on it. Staying, I whisper, is how you let transformation finish its work. You look at the tree again. Its roots are hidden, but you know they are there, deep, patient, unshaken by seasons. The tree does not announce its strength. It simply survives, year after year, trusting the rhythm of time. You feel something settle into you. Not resolve, not determination, acceptance. And acceptance, you realize, is powerful. The city breathes around the square. Somewhere, a door closes gently. Somewhere else, a light turns off. The world is not ending its story tonight. It is pausing between sentences. You belong in this pause. You stand slowly when it feels right. Not because you must go, but because you are ready to continue. The path ahead is familiar now, yet changed by your presence within it. As you walk away from the tree, you carry its lesson with you. You do not need to prove your strength. You do not need to perform your courage. You only need to stay. Stay with what matters. Stay with what is true. Stay long enough for the quiet to teach you. High above, the guardian continues his watch, steady, unseen, unwavering. He does not save the world by leaving it. He saves it by staying close. And beneath that watchful sky, you discover something essential. You are stronger than you thought. Not because you move so fast, but because you know when to remain. The night begins to thin. Not abruptly, not with announcement. Just a subtle loosening, like a held breath finally released. You sense it before you see it, the way the air shifts, the way silence grows softer, less dense. The city hasn't woken yet, but it's preparing. Somewhere far away, a delivery truck hums. Somewhere closer, a bird adjusts its feathers without singing. This is the hour between. You walk slowly, feeling lighter with each step, as if gravity itself has relaxed its hold on you. The streets no longer feel endless. They feel temporary, like corridors guiding you gently towards something new. I keep pace beside you, my voice low and calm. This moment, I say, is where many truths choose to appear. Before dawn, nothing demands attention. No one expects answers. The world exists without asking you to perform inside it. You realize how rare that is and how healing. You pause beneath an open stretch of sky where the buildings fall away. The clouds are higher now, thinner, revealing a faint gradient where darkness begins to soften into blue. Not light yet, just the promise of it. You rest your hands in your pockets, grounding yourself in the simple fact of being here. Alive, aware, still. High above, the guardian continues his silent watch. His path curves gently now, following the turning of the earth itself. He does not fight the movement. He flows with it, trusting time to carry him where he needs to be. You feel a quiet resonance with that trust. So much of your life has been spent resisting time, trying to outrun it, fill it, control it. But this hour teaches you something else. Time can be a companion. The breeze brushes past you again, cooler now, tinged with the faint scent of morning. It lifts the edges of your thoughts and lets them drift. You are not holding on to worries. You are letting them pass, one by one, like clouds dissolving. You notice how your body feels, loose, unburdened, present. This is the weightless moment. Not because nothing matters, but because you are no longer carrying everything alone. I gesture gently toward the horizon. Look, I murmur. The sky changes almost imperceptibly, a shade lighter than before. It doesn't erase the stars. It simply shares space with them. Night and day overlap for a moment, neither dominant, neither erased. You understand the metaphor without effort. You don't have to abandon who you were to become who you are becoming. Both can exist, both are true. The Guardian's presence feels closer now, not in distance, but in alignment. You sense the curve of his watch matching the curve of the world's awakening. Protection doesn't end with night. It adapts. You inhale slowly, filling your lungs with the cool promise of morning. Exhale. With it, something old leaves you. Not dramatically, not painfully, just finished. You realize that rest is not only something you do at night. It's something you carry into the day when you allow yourself to be renewed, when you stop demanding certainty before taking your next step. The city remains hushed, suspended in this fragile balance. Streetlights still glow, but they seem less necessary now. Their job is nearly done, so is yours. For tonight, you turn slightly, feeling the gentle pull toward whatever comes next. Not urgency, but readiness. You don't rush, you trust the timing. Above, the Guardian continues on, faithful as ever, watching a world that is about to wake. He does not leave when dawn arrives. He never does. And beneath that enduring watch, you feel a calm understanding settle within you. You are allowed to begin again without erasing what came before. The first hint of morning light touches the edge of the sky. Soft, patient, kind. You stand in it, weightless, breathing evenly, knowing that whatever awaits you beyond this night, you will meet it rested. The first light arrives without sound. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't interrupt. It simply touches the edge of the world and waits to be noticed. The sky shifts from deep blue to something gentler, like a thought forming before words appear. You notice how the morning carries memory. Not the loud kind, but the quiet remembering of what the night has taught. The streets are still mostly empty. Windows glow faintly. A bakery door opens somewhere, releasing warmth and the promise of bread. The city stretches slowly, careful not to wake itself too quickly. You walk on, feeling different now, not energized, not transformed in a dramatic way, just aligned. I stay beside you, my voice calm, almost smiling. Morning remembers, I say softly. What night makes space for? You think about that, about how the night did not erase your worries. It didn't solve your life. It didn't hand you certainty wrapped in light. Instead, it gave you something more lasting, perspective. You pass a small cafe setting out chairs, metal scraping gently against stone. The sound feels grounding, human. Someone hums to themselves while working, unaware that they are part of your moment, part of the world gently returning. Above, the sky grows brighter, but the stars don't vanish all at once. Some linger, faint but present, like truths that don't disappear just because daylight arrives. You smile. You will remember them. High above the waking world, the Guardian continues his watch. Dawn does not release him from it. If anything, it broadens his view. He sees the same streets you walk now, but from another angle, another distance. Protection adapts. So does hope. You pause at a corner where sunlight catches the edge of a building, spilling gold across the pavement. The light does not cover everything. It chooses a line, a shape, a direction. You step into it. The warmth surprises you, not with heat, but with familiarity, like something you've known before and forgot. You close your eyes for a brief moment, letting it settle on your skin. You realize then what the morning remembers. It remembers that you rested. It remembers that you listened. It remembers that you chose stillness when the world allowed it, and because of that, it offers you something in return. Not answers, not promises, a beginning that feels possible. You continue walking, carrying the night inside you, not as darkness, but as depth. The lessons remain, woven quietly into your movements, your breath, your attention. You don't need to hold on to them tightly. They will stay. I slow beside you once more. Whatever you face today, I tell you gently, you will face it differently. Not because you are stronger in the way stories usually mean, but because you are softer where it matters. You glance up at the brightening sky. Clouds drift lazily now, no longer guarding the stars, simply moving on. The city hums louder with each passing minute, but it doesn't overwhelm you. You are awake, not just from sleep, but from forgetting. Above it all, the Guardian watches a world remembering itself. People stepping into mornings, into choices, into days that will shape them in ways they cannot yet see. And you understand something simple and powerful. Morning does not erase the night. It carries it forward. You take one last slow breath, letting the light fill your lungs. And as you walk on, ready for whatever comes next, you know this. The quiet will find you again. The watching will continue. And the lessons you gathered in the dark will guide you. Even in full daylight, the day begins to take shape around you. Shops open their doors. Buses sigh to a stop. Footsteps multiply, weaving paths that cross and separate again without ceremony. The world has fully awakened now, and yet the quiet has not left you. It has simply changed its form. You move through the morning like someone carrying a secret, not something hidden, but something protected. The noise brushes past you instead of through you. Conversations rise and fall like weather. You hear them, but they no longer pull you under. I walk beside you, my presence steady. The quiet, I say softly, is not something you lose when the day begins. It's something you decide to keep. You notice how different this feels from before. Earlier mornings often demanded something from you. Attention, urgency, reaction. Today feels different. The world is still asking, but it is no longer shouting. You stop at a crosswalk, waiting for the signal. Sunlight reflects off glass and metal, creating brief flashes that fade as quickly as they arrive. Nothing lingers too long. Everything moves. And still, you remain centered. High above, the Guardian adjusts his path, following the turning of the earth into daylight. He does not vanish with the stars. His watch simply widens, taking in color and motion where there was once shadow. You think about what it means to carry something forward, not as a burden, not as a rule, as a practice. You cross the street slowly, feeling the ground beneath you, aware of your balance, your breath, your place among others. A child laughs nearby, sharp and sudden, and the sound does not startle you. It delights you. You realize then that quiet is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of attention. You pass a park where morning walkers trace familiar loops, their routines worn smooth by repetition. There is comfort in that, not stagnation, continuity, life returning to itself, again and again. I gesture gently toward them. See how they carry their mornings, I ask, not as something to conquer, but as something to enter. You understand. Carrying the quiet forward does not mean withdrawing. It means engaging differently, listening longer, reacting less, allowing space before response. It is a kind of courage the world rarely celebrates. You reach a place where you must choose a direction. The street splits, one path familiar, the other slightly less so. Neither feels wrong, neither feels urgent. You smile at that. Choice no longer feels like pressure. You choose gently. As you walk, the quiet within you becomes a steady companion, adjusting to the rhythm of the day. It doesn't demand silence. It simply reminds you to return when things grow loud. Above, unseen but faithful, the Guardian continues to watch, not just over the world, but through it. He moves with the light now, his presence less mysterious but no less meaningful. Protection, you understand, does not fade with clarity. It becomes trust. You pause once more, just long enough to take a full breath. Inhale, exhale. The night has ended, but its lessons remain. You carry them forward, in your pace, in your patience, in the way you notice light and shadow sharing the same space. And as you step fully into the day, you know this is not the end of the journey. It is the continuation. The day unfolds around you with quiet confidence. People move with purpose now, bags on shoulders, phones in hand, conversations stitched together by habit. The world is fully awake. And still, you notice how gentleness can exist inside motion. It is not obvious. It does not announce itself. But it is there, waiting to be chosen. You walk among others, feeling the difference between reacting and responding. A sound startles someone nearby. You pause instead of rushing. A moment of impatience flickers in the air. You let it pass without catching it. I walk beside you, voice calm and knowing. Gentleness, I say softly, is not what happens when everything is easy. It is what you choose when things are not. You feel that truth settle. So often, gentleness is mistaken for weakness, for hesitation, for lack of clarity. But today, you sense its real shape. Gentleness requires awareness. It requires restraint. It requires courage that does not need to harden itself to survive. Above, the guardian continues his watch beneath the brightening sky. In daylight, his presence feels different, not hidden, not mysterious, simply constant. A reminder that strength and kindness are not opposites. You observe the small tests of the day as they arrive. A sharp tone in someone's voice, a delay that disrupts your rhythm, a thought that tries to pull you back into old urgency. Each time, you notice the choice before you. You can tighten or you can soften, and again, you choose to soften, not because it is easier, but because it is truer to who you are becoming. You pass a window where sunlight reflects your face back at you. You look calm, not untouched by life, just steady within it. You recognize yourself there, and something like trust flickers between you and your reflection. Gentleness, you realize, is a way of staying aligned with yourself. It keeps you from fracturing under pressure. It keeps your inner quiet intact. It allows you to remain open without being unprotected. I gesture lightly toward the flow of people around you. Every day, I say, offers this choice. Most never notice it. You do. And that noticing changes everything. The Guardian's watch continues, not as a shield against all harm, but as a steady assurance that goodness is worth maintaining, even when the world grows sharp. Especially then, you move forward with this understanding, letting it shape your steps, your tone, your attention. You are not withdrawing from the world. You are meeting it with care. And as the day continues, you feel something rare and powerful settle into you. You do not need to become harder to endure. You can remain gentle and still be strong. The day has fully opened its eyes now. Sunlight moves confidently across streets and faces, no longer tentative, no longer asking permission. The world hums with activity, layered and complex, alive in ways both beautiful and exhausting. And still, you carry the quiet. It rests within you like a protected flame, not hidden, not fragile, simply tended. You no longer feel the need to shield it from everything. You've learned something more important. Light does not survive by force. It survives by care. You pause at the edge of your path, wherever that may be, outside a building, near a doorway, beside a moment that feels like transition. You sense that this is not an ending, but a turning inward. I stand with you one last time, my voice calm and reverent. Watching, I say softly, is not only something done from the sky. You understand immediately. The guardian who watches over the world does so because he believes it is worth protecting, not because it is perfect, not because it is finished, but because it is becoming. And now, so are you. You reflect on the journey you've taken through this night and morning. Not a journey of distance, but of attention, of remembering what it feels like to slow down, to listen, to choose gentleness, to stay. You place a hand over your chest and feel the steady rhythm there. This, too, is something worth watching over. Your thoughts, your rest, your capacity to care without burning out. Watching over your own light does not mean isolating yourself. It means learning when to step back, when to breathe, when to protect your inner quiet the way the guardian protects the world, without noise, without demand. Above, unseen but unwavering, the guardian continues his watch, tracing a path that circles the earth again and again. He does not grow tired of this choice. He renews it constantly. You can do the same. You don't need to save everything. You don't need to carry the weight of the whole sky. You only need to tend what has been entrusted to you, your attention, your kindness, your inner flame. The world will offer you reasons to dim it, to harden, to rush. But now you know another way exists, a quieter one, a truer one. You take a slow breath, letting that truth settle into your bones. Inhale, light, exhale, wait. And in this simple act, you feel something close to faith. Faith that rest is not wasted time. Faith that gentleness can endure. Faith that watching, patient, kind, steady watching, can change the shape of a life. I step back then, not disappearing, just giving you space. This story doesn't end here, I tell you softly. It continues wherever you choose to carry it. You nod, even if only inwardly. As you move forward into your day, into your life, into whatever waits beyond this moment, you do so with a new understanding. You are allowed to protect your light. You are allowed to rest without guilt. You are allowed to remain gentle in a loud world. And somewhere above it all, the guardian continues to watch, not alone anymore, because now you are watching too, watching over your own light and letting it shine quietly.